afternoon, everyone. Hello. It's such a wonderful afternoon, and I'm so happy to see each and every one of you. We would like to go ahead and get started with our Tuesday, October 17, 2023 regular board meeting. Of course, I'm Patricia, I'm your chair. I will ask that everyone stand for pledge. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Gracious and loving Lord, in this nation we are richly blessed. The good things of life are available to many. Your gifts are great indeed. Yet even as we acknowledge the comparative wealth we take for granted, we are reminded poignantly and rightly of those in our county who have very little. Therefore, O God, we lift up to you this day the disadvantaged, the impoverished, the undereducated. Help us all to have renewed concern for and to be friends of the poor and the needy. May this board celebrate the richness of your blessings, but only as we reach out to those who have great needs, doing so in your name and to your glory. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I would like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda, please.
Madam Chair, I make a motion we approve the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. If there is no question, all in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Thank you. Unanimous. I would like to entertain a motion that we approve the agenda for the Committee of the Whole, September 12th, 2023, special board meeting, September 14th, 2023, regular board meeting, September 19th, 2023, board retreat, September 30th, 2023, Committee of the Whole, October 10th, 2023.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the minutes for Committee of the Whole September 12th, 2023, special board meeting September 14th, 2023, regular board meeting September 19th, 2023, board retreat September 30th, 2023, and the Committee of the Whole October the 10th, 2023.
Can I get a second?
A second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you. Okay. I would like for the board to take in consideration to request, well, we have November, but for November and December, Committee of the Whole and regular board meeting, we would like to join those into one meeting, if I can get the board to approve. Right now, we would like to have the November meeting for November 14th, 2023, and the December for December 19th, 2023. Time will remain the same at 6 o'clock.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we change the November meeting date as stated, as well as the December meeting date, consolidating both meetings of the Committee of the Whole and the regular board meeting into one board meeting date.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
In consolidating those, Ms. Williams, are there some considerations for us to consider?
The only consideration is in December, we will have our Circle of Excellence. But if we are going to merge our meeting in November and we can prepare for that, we can definitely prepare for the December meeting to be one meeting as well. So it won't be an issue if we do this.
And Circle of Excellence will be in December to recognize students and staff.
I beg your pardon?
The Circle of Excellence will still be in December to recognize students and staff at the regular board meeting?
Yes. I need to go back and check and make sure that it's scheduled for that time. But in lieu of, we can still merge our Committee of the Whole and our regular board meeting as one meeting in December.
For action purposes, though, should we only create action for the November meeting since we are uncertain about that date?
Hold on just a minute. Need to go and look at that calendar because
If it will be.
all right, at this time, if you all would just make the decision about the November meeting, because the December meeting, I think there's some discrepancies concerning the Circle of Excellence. So if you all would just do November, and then in November, we can do December. Okay?
Okay.
May I amend that motion?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, I amend the motion previously stated to consolidate the November board meeting from the previously scheduled committee of the whole and regular board meeting to be one consolidated meeting on Tuesday, November the 14th.
Second.
Any discussion? Since when we come for, I guess, the November meeting, we would decide on a date for that December. Okay?
It
All
is.
go ahead.
It is allowed, but our attorneys do allow us to do that, eh? Okay.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous, thank you. Is there any public input? Okay, thank you. We would go into recognition. Ms. Wickens?
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. At this time, I'll call on Ms. Williams to call on our speakers. And also student recognitions followed by staff recognitions.
Okay. Greetings, board members and the community. It gives me great pleasure to stand before you tonight to honor our partners, to honor our students, and to honor our staff. This is what it's all about. It's about teaching, and it's about learning, and it's about what our staff, students, and partners do every day to make our district successful. So tonight, we would like to honor all of them tonight, but we're going to start with our partners. And I've been telling you about our great partnership with the Technical College of the Lowcountry. And we're so very, very excited about this partnership with our adult learning program as well. So tonight we have with us Dr. Richard Go, who is the president of the Technical College of the Lowcountry. We also have Ms. Laura Dukes, who is the Vice President of Academic Affairs. We also have Ms. Mary Lee Carnes, who is the Vice President of Workforce Development and Executive Director. And we also have Mr. Philip Taylor, who is our Colleton Workforce Solutions Manager, and he is on site at our adult learning program. I'm going to now call Mr. Chris Horvath, our Director of Colleton Adult Learning, to come up and just give you some information about this partnership and just to recognize them and thank them so much for offering these opportunities for our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams, and thank you, board members, for being here with us tonight and this opportunity to highlight just some of the great things happening here in the county through the school district, especially our Adult Learning Center. But I'd like to introduce Mr. Philip Taylor first. And Philip, if you would just go over just a brief few things, and if I need to jump in, you just let me know, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Horvath.
All right.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Certainly, we are members of the community. We are certainly thankful for this partnership. It means so much for Colleton County for this renewed presence of the Technical College of the Lowcountry. We're really thrilled that Colleton started off on fire. September the 1st, we got here and we had our first group of students begin classes on October the 6th. We started last night with our second cohort of students. We will start again with the next cohort, which is already together, in a couple of weeks. So we're very excited. Colleton has opened its arms wide for the Technical College of the Lowcountry, and our community is going to be better because of it. Thank you so much.
And those classes include CompTIA certification for our own IT folks, as well as the entire community. We're getting ready to do pre-production classes, CNA, phlebotomy. So all of these items right here, with one of the greatest barriers being removed, that's transportation for such a large county like ours. So I applaud that. And I'd like to introduce President Goff, and he would just like to express a few words.
Good afternoon or evening. I really would like to just say thank you. And Ms. Williams mentioned that it's an honor for this partnership, and the honor really is ours. We're so happy to be up here and add to our portfolio of offerings, workforce offerings. These programs are all relatively short duration that result in good jobs, opportunity for good jobs. And we want to bring this opportunity to you and to expand it even further. And we're so grateful to be here tonight. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
So I would like to present the certificate of partnership to our TCL representatives tonight, and I'm going to give this to the president and thank him for all of the work that his staff has done to ensure that this partnership is successful. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
You want to get a picture?
Makes me look smaller. Of course.
All right, thank you. Next, we will move to our student recognitions, and I do have some things that I'm going to read about our students. This will take a little time, but it is well worth it because our students work very, very hard every day. I want you to know that we had a committee to actually look at the applications that the principals submitted, and they made decisions, and we're going to honor an early childhood student, an elementary student, a middle school student, a high school student, and also adult education, okay? All right, our first student that we're going to recognize tonight is our early childhood student, and I'm gonna tell you a little bit about this student. They are a kindergarten student at Blackstreet Early Childhood Center. He demonstrates a great ability to stay on task, work hard, follow classroom rules, and participate. His grades continue to improve daily. He demonstrates academic excellence. This student is willing to help his classmates and be a friend to all. He is willing to help his classmates, be a friend to all. He tends to get upset when things do not go as he would like, but his teacher encourages him to understand and expect that it's okay when things don't go as promised. He is working on his behavior, and Zamir works very hard every day and does his best work. And at this time, we would ask for Zamir Battle to come up front to be recognized. Zamir Battle. Let's give him a round of applause. And we see that Zamir's principal, Ms. Catherine Fanchette, is here. And we ask that Zamir's parents, if you're here, to please stand. Thank you. All right. Next, we will recognize our elementary student. This student is a 5th grader at Forest Hills Elementary School. He has made great gains in math. He works extremely hard to be a problem solver. Even though English is his second language, this student works very hard and perseveres in ELA. He is an honor roll student and is striving to be on the superintendent's list. This student is a great class leader. He holds his peers accountable at all times. This student is very kind and accepting of all of his classmates. He has a great attitude and always maintains a positive outlook. This student is not letting language be a barrier for him. He works well with his ESOL teacher to improve his English language skills. Although having never played a sport before, this student is learning from his peers how to play basketball at recess. He is very respectful to his teachers and peers. He has been chosen twice by both his homeroom and related arts teacher to be the Cougar Cub of the Month. So we want to recognize at this time Hazam Gutierrez. I think I said that right. I hope I did. Is he here? He's not here? All right, well, let's give him a round of applause. All right, our next student is a middle school student, and he's an 8th grade student at Colleton County Middle School. He is a very good student, respectful, and he is very helpful. He is very well-mannered and wants to see his peers succeed, per his teacher, Mr. Dennis Gant, his mathematics teacher. James is a student who is very enjoyable in class as he wants to grow in achieving greatness for the upcoming school year and beyond. He is a pleasure to teach in class. He comes highly recommended by the teachers who support him in his achievements. James is the epitome of a model scholar who exemplifies great work ethics and an astounding character, per Mrs. Marilyn Brown, his ELA teacher. She wanted to thank his parents for being trusting with their child and allowing CCMS to be a significant part of James' educational pathway to success. So at this time, we would like to recognize James Hurt Callahan. All right, is James here? James is not here, okay? All right, we'll move on. Our high school student. This student is an 11th grader. He attends TCL Dual Enrollment Hospitality and has a 100 in his course in sanitation. He is very considerate of others. He has really stepped up to the plate this year by taking his career and passion for culinary arts very seriously. He is very attentive in all of his culinary arts labs and activities. This student, Billy Williams, is currently receiving very high marks in all of his classes. So at this time, we would like to recognize Billy Williams. All right, congratulations. All right. All right, last but not least, we're going to recognize our adult education student. This student is a student at Colleton Adult Learning Center. She demonstrated significant progress in the classroom where she leveled on the National Reporting System Level 2 to passing the Mathematical Reasoning Office GED test. This student worked steadily on a daily basis to ensure her success. She received her highest score in the area of social studies. This is the second most challenging test nationally and the most challenging for students enrolled at Colleton Adult Learning Center. This student routinely encouraged her classmates, modeled exemplary participation and study skills in her classmates, and directly assisted them with needed skills at the appropriate times. Her actions are in keeping with the highest tradition of Colleton Adult Learning Center. So at this time, we would like to recognize Ms. Providence Colucci. Providence Colucci. All right, congratulations. And I'd like for Providence, if her parents are here, to please stand so we can give them a round of applause. And also Billy Williams' parents, if you're here, please stand so we can give you an applause. All right, thank you so much. So we ask that our students, if you would stand, please, and we would like to get a picture of you, and then we would like for you to go and shake our board members' hands. All right, great job. If you all would come this way. There you go. There you go. All right. Let's give our students another round of applause. All right, next we want to recognize our boots on the ground, our teachers and our support employees of the month. And this is for the month of September. Each one of the principals from each of the schools submitted their teacher of the month and their support employee of the month. And I'm going to call one from each school. So from Bells Elementary School, we have for our teacher of the month, Ms. Sarah Pye. From Bells Elementary School, for our support employee of the month, Ms. Talika Green. From the Adult Learning Center, our support employee of the year, Ms. Ginger Armentrout. From the Adult Learning Center, our support employee of the month, our teacher of the month, Mr. Andre Walker. From Cottageville Elementary School, our teacher of the month is Ms. Heather Fry. And from Cottageville Elementary School, our Support Employee of the Month, Ms. Tamara Johnson. From Forest Hills Elementary School, our Support Staff of the Month, Ms. Rosalie Simmons. From Forest Hills Elementary School, our Teacher of the Month, Dr. Harmel Tatel. From Hendersonville Elementary School, our Teacher of the Month, our Support Employee of the Month, Ms. Connie Snipe. And also from Hendersonville Elementary School, our Teacher of the Month, Ms. Casey Beach. From Northside Elementary School, our Support Employee of the Month, Ms. Crystal DeLong. From Northside Elementary School, our Teacher of the Month, Ms. Jessie Deal. From Blackstreet Early Childhood Center, our Support Employee, Ms. Anissa Farmer. Also from Blackstreet Early Childhood Center, our Teacher of the Month, Ms. Teresa Barton. From TCTC, our Teacher of the Month, Chef LaShawn Williams. And also from TCTC, our Support Employee of the Month, Ms. Denise Wright Johnson. And last but certainly not least, from Colleton Academy for Success, our Support Employee of the Month, Ms. Gail Kidd. I want to just personally thank each and every one of you for the job that you do each and every day. Thank you for educating our children. You're making our community a better place because of what you do each and every day. So thank you so very much. We want to make sure your picture is taken, and then if you could start with Ms. Denise and just go around to shake hands of our board members. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you to all of you again. We're going to move on to our next recognition. And our next recognition is for our famous Band of Blue. We want to recognize Mr. Tommy Finnegan and any staff that he has with him. And while he's coming forward, I would like to let you know what the band has done and is doing now. The Colleton County High School Band of Blue placed second in Division 4 at the 2023 Gus Moody Memorial Tournament of Bands, hosted by the Somerville High School Band Boosters this past Saturday, well, 2 Saturdays ago, October 7th at John McKissick Field. 9 visiting bands from South Carolina and Georgia performed and competed in 4 different divisions based on band size and school size. And I just want to let you know a little bit about their show. The name of their show is Wonderful, and it's based on the music of Stevie Wonder, and if you haven't seen it, you need to see it, because they feature the music of Stevie, like Isn't She Lovely, Uptight, Living in the City, I've Never Dreamed You'd Leave in Summer, Fingertips, Sir Duke, Superstition, If You Really Loved Me, and Higher Ground. And they just do such a phenomenal job. And at this time, we're going to ask Mr. Finnegan if he would come forward and make any remarks that he would like about the Band of Blue.
I'm going to make it easy.
And Miss Taylor is with him as well.
I'm going to make it easy. Hit it, BJ. Y'all can watch it. Because if you haven't seen it, it's incredible. It's wonderful.
Colleton County High School Band of Blue, you may take the field for competition.
Welcome, 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 Effingham County. How we doing tonight? We are the Colleton County High School Band of Blue. We are so excited to get everybody up on their feet to clap, dance, and sing our show tonight. Of Wonderful, the music of Stevie Wonder. Now tonight we're going to get a little bit funky. Are you ready? All right, it looks like Stevie and the band are just about ready. We hope you enjoy the show. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Isn't she precious? Less than 1 minute old. I never thought the love would be making one as lovely as she. But isn't she lovely? Made from love.
Thank you. That's just a taste of what the show's about. We'll send out the link to the board, and we'll probably put it on the school website too. But I want to thank Jessica Williams and our school board for the recognition. And the band's been working really, really hard since July 12th. We've been in camp, and I apologize for our appearance today because we were in band practice today. This is the week of our lower state championships at White Knoll, and the Band of Blue plays at 12:15 Saturday. And it determines how we do at this competition will determine where we march at state contests the next week at Spring Valley. But the kids have been working really hard. They went through some brutal temperatures in August and September, and it's so nice to have cool temperatures now in October. But they've really grown as musicians and students. And I don't want you to freak out. That doesn't look like the Band of Blue. It's supposed to be Stevie Wonder's backup band in Las Vegas. The uniforms are different. We borrowed pants from Rock Hill and some tops. The only thing we had to buy was the hat. So that was cost effective there. But they've really sunk into this music. And the young man that sang at the beginning is Dominic Jackson. Dominic's well-known throughout the community as a great musician, and we've got a pianist, Princeton Brooks, and a bass player, Caroline Herndon, that plays. And we've really tried to challenge the students and do something different in marching band. So many times we do so many shows that are kind of hard to understand, and everyone loves Stevie Wonder music. You can't go wrong with that. So we're trying to be as professional as we can and sound as good as we can, and the kids have worked really hard. But I apologize that we didn't have more of my staff here tonight, but I want to recognize one staff member I have here tonight because she's following in my footsteps in some ways. Former student of mine, this is Miss Taylor Fussell. And Taylor, if you'll step forward, I need to tell you a little bit about her. She's a clarinetist from Colleton County High School graduate, went to Winthrop University and was an outstanding clarinet soloist there and chamber of music member and symphonic band member. And she's teaching now here in Colleton County as our elementary music teacher at Forest Hills. And she's also on our band staff. She comes out to practice after school every day, after she's taught all of her classes at Forest Hills and comes and helps us, and she goes with us to competitions. But she's an outstanding person and a role model for these students to see, and we're really, really proud of her. I've also got the music teacher now at Northside, Joelle Glopinski, who's a former tuba player from Rock Hill, that she's been helping us on our staff, along with Mr. Nick Infinger, our Associate Director of Bands, Miss Kathy Messick, who's been here as long as I have too, and Clay Blackwood, who's our percussion instructor and assistant band director. They've done an outstanding job. So we're really proud of the band. Our numbers are going back after COVID. We're certainly very competitive in 4A with our numbers, and we've got 2 more weeks to our season. And like I said, this is an exciting time because the kids are performing well. That was at Effingham, Georgia this past weekend. I want to thank the school board and the community of Colleton County for the support you give the Band of Blue. We're going to be on the national stage in February in New Orleans in the Endymion Mardi Gras Parade. So we're real excited about that trip coming up February 7th through the 11th. And we found out, the students are all excited because Flo Rida is going to be in the parade, and that's one of these guys they all like. And then Sting, and they're like, who's Sting? And I was like, you never heard of the Police? And they're like, no, but I guess he's good, so they're excited about that. But thank you again, Ms. Williams and the school board. Thank you. Yes, yes. Right here. Yeah. I have to brag a little bit about Miss Williams because she was a band captain. She's a year older than me, and I had to always look up to her, so I've always say yes ma'am to her because she was band captain of the Band of Blue. And then we got several people in the audience and 2 school board members I know that were in the band because I taught both of you too. So, but thank you again. So, Ms. Foster, you go.
All right. Thank you. Let's give the Band of Blue another round of applause. All right, and last but certainly not least, tonight we are going to recognize our coach from the athletics department. He was recently featured in an article, a news media release, and the students gave him such great remarks. So at this time, we're going to call our athletic director, Mr. Wayne Austin, up to give you this recognition.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's been a while since I've been in front of everybody. I want to take the time before I invite Coach Kenlock, if y'all come on up. I want to talk about just athletics because we're kind of winding down. I want to give a little quick shout out to all of our programs. I want to congratulate the cheer program. They finished 1st and 3rd. the last 2 weekends respectively in their competitive cheer competition. It's the second year we're doing competitive cheer again, so we're really excited about that. Our volleyball program, our JV program won a game for the first time in 3 years, so we're really excited about that and the future of our program. Cross country has a chance. They've got region championships coming up next week, so they're preparing for that. We've got girls tennis. Our girls tennis team built the program up so much that we have now a varsity and JV program. So we went from having 3 girls to now we have well over 25 girls on the program. So we're super excited about that. And a huge shout out to our middle school volleyball and football program. They have not lost a game all year. Both of them are playing in the championship. Volleyball will play in the championship on tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock at the middle school, and then the football team will play in the championship next Wednesday here at 6 o'clock at the high school stadium. So I want to just give them a round of applause, please, for their accomplishments. And then for football, following their 26-21 win over Hilton Head Highland High School, the Colleton County Cougars were presented with the News 2 WOW Award. After a very difficult loss to region opponents, James Island, the Cougars were able to bounce back and prove to the little country that they are not the same old Cougars. Coach Adam Kinlock entered this season with one goal in mind: to change the culture. Colleton County football has had 3 winning seasons since 2002. Coach Kinlock has a frame of mind that is going to be his mission to change it. The biggest difference with Colleton County's football program is Coach Kinlock's ability to make not only the athletes, but the community believe again. I would like to congratulate Coach Kinlock, the Cougar football staff, and most importantly, the Cougar athletes on their Win of the Week award. The Cougars are still hard at work preparing for the final 2 games of the regular season, but Coach Kinlock felt it was important to be here today to continue to promote the positive change that is occurring within his program. At this time, I'd like to bring Coach Kinlock forward to introduce the coaches and the athletes and give a few words.
Good evening to everyone in the building tonight. My name is Adam Kinlock, the head football coach at Colleton County High School. With me tonight, Coach Wheeler, our quarterbacks coach, and 3 seniors, Nick Williams, Javarius Doctor, and Jay Sean Brown. I'm super excited, not just for this team, but for the future of football in Colleton County, from the middle school all the way up to the JV and to the high school. We're working very hard, and we are putting something on the field that our community can be proud of. I'm so proud of these 3 young men. They've stuck through. We started off with 150 kids, and we don't have 150 right now. But that shows, that these kids will fight through. They're gonna prove to everyone that we can and we will. And I thank you guys for for believing not just in me, but the rest of the coaches and this community and riding this thing out to the end. We have a chance. We got 2 more games left, 2 home games against Lucy Beckham this Friday and next week against Bluffton at home as well. And we win one and we're in the playoffs. And so we're continuing fighting hard, doing the right things. Our academics are way up. And, we just want to make sure that we are representing this community in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coach Kinlock, for the update and for the recognition for our team. I want to let the board know that we are working on the banner. We're almost finished with it. I'm not going to accept anything less than it being perfect, because once we put it up there, we want it to be a statement piece. And we want people, once they see it, to know that they're at Colleton County. So we are working on making sure that the banner represents all of Colleton County, and it represents not just the athletic program, but Colleton County High School. The athletic department is also working with buildings and grounds, and we had a couple companies coming in. We want to make sure that not just branding the school, but we're taking care of our school and our facilities. So we hope that eventually we'll be able to come back and we can address the board about just some concerns of just some conditions to make sure that we continue with safe play and fair play for all of our athletes. So we want to thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Coach. Good to see you. Other than the neighborhood, always grateful. Appreciate it.
All right, let's give our athletic department, football team, another round of applause. Thank you. All right, I know I said that that was the last, but we have a student that's in the audience tonight that did exceptionally well on the SC Ready assessment, and I'm going to call Ms. Tracy McDonald up to recognize the student. They will be recognized again at the Circle of Excellence, but since they're here, you need to hear this.
Good evening, board members and community members. Every year, district test coordinators are asked to go into the platform for that administers our assessment called DRC for looking to see if there's any what they call an HOSS score. And the email always reads, if you have any students with this award, you will find a report. You have to log in to see. But if you don't, there's no report. So for 7 years, I've gone in to look to see if there's any students to be recognized. And for 7 years, there's been none. This year, I got my little email, so I went in and found a report, and I was just so thrilled that was actual report. So when I logged in, I found out who the student was. So I just want to tell you what this means. This student took our SC Ready 5th grade math test and completed this assessment, and it scored the highest possible scale score, which means basically he topped out. There was no doing better. He did perfect. So at this time, I'd like to call up the student. I couldn't bring all the things that I want to do for you because I'm going to do them at the Circle of Excellence. But I wanted the board tonight to hear how excited I am about your future, because I happen to know that you want to be, I believe, an engineer, space person, right? Yeah? So I would like to call up at this time Marav Dewangan, and he is currently one of our 6th grade students. And I am so proud that year 8, I had 1. And I'm going to challenge you this year, because when you take your test in May, I want you to try just as hard as you did last year. And next year, I want you to earn it again, because I know that you can do it. Your future is bright, and I want to see you shine one day and take care of us all in whatever career you choose. Congratulations.
I think his principal is here, and his parents. Are his parents here as well? If you would, yes.
They're both teachers of our district.
Yes, teachers in our district, yes, thank you. We've got to get his picture. Ms. Behe and his parents, would you all mind coming up to get your picture taken with him? Oh, and Ms. Jones, you too? Okay.
Nice job.
What?
Miss Jones, I saw you over there just beaming. She was waving.
Okay, thank you, and that ends student staff recognition.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Please, the recognition.
Thank you. We're going to go into old business, and this has been something that has been on our agenda for some months now. So we're trying to reach a decision in reference to prayer. So I would like the board to try to come to a decision tonight in reference to prayer. If we feel that we cannot reach that agreement now and need to take it in executive session, we will. But I feel that we have taunted over this, I think, long enough, and I think we just need to reach an agreement so we can move forward. There have been some decision-making. First, we wanted to do silent wasn't it. We need to pray a certain way. So right now, we're asking the board to accept the legislative prayer.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion in an effort to show respect to all individuals of our community, to include various religions, faiths, and beliefs. I make a motion to begin Colleton County School District Board meetings with an opening invocation that does not advance, prefer, or disparage any one faith, belief, or creed. Specifically, I move our board select from the invocations offered by the South Carolina General Assembly. Invocation shall be non-sectarian and follow the process of Section 6-1-160. It is the intent of this Board of Trustees to regularly commence our proceedings with invocations that provide all the salutary benefits of legislative prayer without divisiveness. Further, our board will not coerce participation by observers of this invocation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, in proceeding with this action, I would like to reference the South Carolina Public Invocation Act passed in 2008, which states that state and local governing bodies across the nation have long maintained a tradition of solemnizing the proceedings by allowing an opening invocation before each meeting for the benefit and blessing of public bodies. And such invocations before deliberative public bodies have been consistently upheld as constitutional by American courts, including the United States Supreme Court and the United States Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit.
I thank you for the information. If we have no other discussion, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. All opposed? The motion passed. Thank you. We have no new business. I will now turn policy item over to Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we'll look at policy BD, organization of the board. This is for second reading.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the second reading for policy BD, organization of the board, as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. If there is no question or discussion, all in favor of the
Madam
motion?
Chair, if I may, this policy was last adopted. At the bottom of the policy presented, their dates, beginning with 4/15/82 was the first time this policy was presented.
Yes.
The last date on the policy is 9/20/22. However, it was presented to the board on the 17th of January of this year and was at a stalemate at 3/3. It was then revisited on July the 25th, 2023, and was passed, and so needs to be accounted for accordingly.
Is there any questions? Okay. All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All opposed? All right.
6-1. Okay.
Next policy.
That would take BD and, that's two. Oh, okay. Organization of the board. Okay. Policy DKC, expense and authorization reimbursement. Any questions on that?
If there's no question, we can go with a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adopt this policy, DK, expense and authorization reimbursement.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. If there is no question, all in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
I should have did, we'll go back with, policy DKC-R, expense and authorization reimbursement.
Madam Chair, make a motion that we approve the second reading for the administrative rule on policy DKCE as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hear none. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
Policy GC, professional staff.
It's
And
open for discussion.
any discussion?
I hear none. Can I get a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept policy GC professional staff.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. If there is no other discussion, all in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank, Darrell, you did. You voted, right? Okay, all in, unanimous. Thank you. Continue.
Policy GCA, professional staff positions.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the second reading for policy GCA, professional staff positions as presented.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. If there's no discussion, all in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All opposed? Is there any, did you vote? For professional staff positions. So how did you vote? For it? Okay. So can I get that vote again? All in favor? Okay, all opposed? 2.
Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you. We will now have Superintendent report. Ms. Jones?
Okay, I have a very brief update to my report from last week based on a few questions that the board had about certain elements of my presentation. I wanted to start off by just giving you a brief update about the barbering and nail tech class. There were some questions about the comprehensive local needs assessment, and just wanted to let you know that barbering and nail tech are in the comprehensive local needs assessment as jobs that are needed in our economy, in our communities, and it's under human services, and those jobs include child development, foods and nutrition, cosmetology, barbering, and nail technology. I just wanted to let you know that it is in the comprehensive needs assessment as one of the labor markets analysis of jobs that we do need. And then I wanted to just give you an update of how many students are registered for the barbering and nail tech classes. As of July 11th, we had 4 students who were registered for barbering and 0 students registered for nail tech. Currently, I think I spoke with Mr. Kubik last week, and I think it was last week, Thursday, and barbering currently has 26 students enrolled. He said that he will have 2 double block classes of 14 and 12 students, and the maximum in each one of those classes is 20 students. So they have 26 students interested, and then nail tech, they have 44 students, which will be 3 classes of 15, 14, and 15 students. And in that particular course, there's a maximum capacity of 20 students in each class. And then lastly, I think you asked me last week to kind of get some feedback from staff and parents concerning fall break as we look at our schedule for the 24-25 school year. And we have started planning, and I will share, I will share that information with you at a later time, but I wanted to give you some information concerning the survey that we sent to staff on yesterday. And on yesterday, we got 294 responses from staff, and 95.6% of the staff responses said that they do agree that the school district's calendar for the 24-25 school year should include a fall break. We're still getting responses, so I do plan to give you an update at the next school board meeting, as well as we will survey our parents as well. We didn't survey our parents yet, but we will, and we'll give you those results as well. And that concludes my report.
Ms. Williams, I wonder in that survey if it was just mentioned the possibility of if we do not have a fall break, or if we cut a fall break short, the possibility of having the entire week of Thanksgiving off. I wonder if that was proposed or thought of or mentioned at all.
It wasn't. The survey was very generic, very simple. It just had that one question.
I know
yeah, but
lots
we can
of
do that.
Well, I know lots of people mention that, especially around this time of the year when we're looking at Thanksgiving and stuff. So I just, you can't have everything. So
Right.
I wonder if those that are saying they want to keep the fall break the way it is, I wonder if they were presented with an option to be able to get off the entire week of Thanksgiving, if that would kind of change maybe
Okay.
their outlook on that.
Yep. and we
Again, not saying that we don't have one, but maybe we have a shortened one so we can take those other 2 days at Thanksgiving.
Most definitely, we can take that into consideration, and we can survey our staff and see what the, feeling tone is about that as well.
And I know some of the neighboring schools, I got report from them, and they were like excited about our fall break, and they were wondering why their student weren't having in different districts. So it's out there. So hopefully we can get some more feedback. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Williams, do you want to go ahead and do the field trip request so that?
I can. Give me a moment to get it in my notebook. Okay, here we are. All right, so we have a field trip request from TCTC for the dairy foods and veterinary science. And this trip is scheduled for December 7th, 2023, and they will return on December 8th, 2023. There are 8 students going and 2 adults, making 10 students total. They will be traveling to the Piedmont Technical College in Greenwood, South Carolina.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the field trip.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
If you want to do both of them together, the next one you can.
Okay, all right. So the next field trip request is the senior trip for 2024 that is planned for a Grand Bash in Orlando, Florida, and it is scheduled for April 18th, 2024, and they will return on April 21st, 2024. There are 50 students who will be attending, 4 adults, making a total of 54 attendees. And then the educational objective here, graduating seniors are able to enjoy their time with their classmates and other graduating seniors from across the country. And then the last one, this trip was previously approved by you, but after it was approved, the date wasn't available, so they had to go back and request another date. So this one is for the Coastal Carolina Baseball Camp. The departure date is December 9th, 2023. The trip return date Okay, so it's December 9th, and the return date is December 10th, so we need to change that because it has 9th on here. So we need to change it to the 10th. There are 10 students attending, 2 adults, making 12 attending. But the November 4th camp session was sold out. So those 2 field trips, we're requesting your approval.
Ms. Williams, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought at a previous meeting, we said that it was 10-to-1 student to adult?
So for elementary, it's 10-to-1. For middle and high, it's 15-to-1.
Okay. Okay.
Is there any other questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the overnight field trip request, trip ID 3055, and amended trip ID 3113, as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. If there is no other discussion, all in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, community members, staff members. I'm here tonight to present to you our state assessment data from the year 22-23, along with the report cards that are generated from this data. So you can see on this slide our progression with our test scores since the COVID pandemic. You can see with our ELA scores that since the COVID pandemic, our ELA has increased by 11.75%. While we have experienced some growth in math, it is not a lot of growth, and it's definitely not where we were prior to COVID. And then you can see with science that we had a slight regression of the district from 26.93% to 25.58% in science. So moving along, let's take a look at some of our school level data. And you can see the progression from prior COVID through this past year's SE Ready administration. I do want to highlight that in the area of English language arts, our English language arts are higher now than what they were prior to COVID. All of our schools have achieved that both the schools and the district. So if we move along and look at our math, we see that in the area of math, that some of our schools indicate some progress in the area of math from the 21-22 school year to the 22-23 school year, while others have shown some slight regression. This trend is not just within our district. This trend can be found nationally and with our state. So if we move along to science, you can see that it's kind of up and down in some places. We had some growth from the prior year to last year, but then when you look at our scores this year by school, there's been some schools who've made some progress and some schools have struggled a little bit. So we're taking a deeper dive into understanding why that may have happened and to make some adjustments. Also know that we are testing our new science standards for the first time this coming year. So that will also be interesting because the data from our upcoming science assessment will be much different than what these scores are because the standards have definitely changed. Therefore, the test will have changed. So I just want to give you that information. So we have finished looking at math and ELA. So if we look at end of course data, you can see for students scoring C or better, you can see that our English 2 and U.S. history experienced little change from the 21-22 school year to the 22-23 school year. While our percentages are low in Algebra 1, ironically, we exhibited some positive growth in algebra, which we have acknowledged the whole time that we've struggled in math, but we still maintain that positive growth there. So if we move forward to looking at D or better, you can see that we have more students scoring D or better than C or better. You can also determine that U.S. history and algebra exhibited positive growth from the 21-22 school year. I would also like to highlight that in English 2, you can see that gray bar across the top. The higher you go, we had like almost 80% of our students in the year 2021 to score D or better. And when you get those high percentages, it's hard to maintain that. So we have experienced a slight 1 or 2% difference there. So I just wanted to give that caveat. So moving forward to looking at our college and career readiness assessment at the high school level, this past year, the state changed the assessment from what we were previously giving from the ACT Work Keys assessment to what they called the South Carolina Career Readiness Assessment. And for this, they selected a new version of the WIN assessment. So because of that, there's no prior administration that you can compare it to because the version of the test is completely different. So for the purposes of this presentation tonight, I did a comparison between our district level data and our state level data. So just in the percentages of students receiving certificates, we had there was a 13% difference in the percentages of students in our district who received certificates versus with the state. I would also like to highlight that for a level 2, our students outperformed the students throughout the state in earning a level 2. However, in order to be career ready, I would like to say that we have to earn a level 3 or better. So while we had more in a level 2, level 3 is what we would like to see our students at. In addition to that, this part of this test is also a soft skills test. So in the past, it was a test that our students took, but it didn't count in the whether they were career ready or not. And for this year, it was part of the counted part. So that was a change and a shift in thinking about whether they were career ready or not. So moving forward, I would like to highlight some celebrations that we have. You saw one tonight with the SC Ready student. That's the first time that we've ever had one. So we want to try to motivate and continue that level of success. But we also want to acknowledge that we have some students who earned a 100% scale score on the end of course assessment. And in doing so, we had 10 in Biology 1, we had 9 in U.S. History, we had 3 in Algebra, and we had 9 in English 2. So we need, those students will be recognized and highlighted also, but we need to continue motivating and showing this to our students so these students will come back again to get recognized in a course that they might not have taken so far. So I've given you a holistic view of schools and our district. So now I'd like to take a little deeper look into grade level data. So when you look at third grade level data, as a reminder before I get started, remember anything in green is an increase from the prior year. Anything in yellow is the same, and anything in red is a regression. So if you look at third grade for the year 22-23 in ELA, you'll see everything is completely green across the board. You will notice that third grade ELA is at 32%, and you can see the variances from school to school. If you look at our math level data at third grade, you will see where we are as a district. We're definitely not where the state is. But at third grade, we had 27% of our students meeting or exceeding. And then you can see where 2 schools had some regression. And so we're working with those schools to help identify some solutions to increase that for this year. Moving forward to fourth grade, you can again see that ELA trend. There was only 1 school that didn't show progress over the prior year, and it was only a slight regression there. And with math, you had 3 of the 5 schools that had progress from the prior year, while in science, you had a little bit of a struggle there. 2 of the 5 schools showed increases, and 3 of the 5 showed regression. Moving on to grade 5, you can again see that trend in ELA, and that percentage of meeting or exceeding is at 32.1%, and if you look at math, you will see that it is 18.6%. And then you will see the 2 schools that didn't quite meet their prior year percentages. One of them was very close, while there was a stronger dip at 1 school. So we've looked at our elementary school data. Let's take a look at our middle school data. I would like to say again that trend for ELA continues, and look at ELA at 6th grade. We have 35.9% meeting or exceeding. There was a slight dip in math and a slight dip in science. I would also like to highlight in science, not only did our school students take a dip in science, but their peers across the state took a dip in science. Moving forward to 7th and 8th grade, you will see that 7th grade had increases in both ELA and math, and in grade 8, there was increases for ELA, while there was a slight dip in math. So now that we know how we did as a district, I would like to do a comparison between our students and the students across the state. And on this slide, I'd like to show that in grade 3 and grade 7, our students, while we may not be where we want to be, our students did grow more than the students across the state. And then in grade 6, there was both the district and the state went backwards in science. Our backward slide wasn't as large as what their peers were across the state. So I've highlighted a lot of this information on this slide. I'm not going to read all of this. You have it, but I would like to highlight 2 points on this slide. One is that our data indicates that there is still much work to do, and our students are not performing at the levels of their peers across the state. However, I would like to highlight on a positive note that 5 of the 6 grade levels had over 30% of their students meeting or exceeding an ELA. And while I've been in this position for the last, I think, 7 years now, before that, I was a principal, and I can tell you that our scores district-wide in ELA have never been over 30%, ever. And for us to, while I know that we're not where we want to be, we are moving in the right direction in ELA, and we have to celebrate that success because small steps breed bigger steps in success. It gives people something to work towards. All right, so moving on to our end of course, C or better. You can see that we struggled last year in end of course for students scoring C or better. And while we struggled, we can also see that we made progress. There was a lot of work done at the high school level for Algebra 1, and we can see that there was some progress made. While there wasn't a tremendous amount of our students making C or better, there was some progress made. And moving forward to looking at D or better, you will see that same trend in Algebra 1 in D or better, and you will see that there was some slight improvements in U.S. history for the end of course. So looking at the comparison between our students and students across the state, you can see that in Algebra 1, there was greater progress made, and you can see that in U.S. history. I'd also like to highlight a large statistic on this page that caught my eye when I made this table immediately, in that in Biology 1, we struggled as a district, but if you look at the state in D or better, there was a regression by 24%, and our regression was only by 6%. So there was a large difference there. So I had to actually go back and look at the data to make sure that that data point was right, but it was. So moving forward to look at our graduation rate, this past year we had 75.9% of our students to graduate on time, and that is an increase from the prior year. And if you look at the next slide, a lot of this we've already talked about. I will answer questions about any of that before I move on, if you have any. Or if you want to save them to the end, you can do that also. All right, so we've looked at the career readiness. I just wanted to provide you the exact numbers instead of on a graph. You will see that 58 0.4% of our students earned a certificate in comparison to the state level of 71.6%. And again, ours was slightly higher in level 2. We've gone over a lot of data now, and all of this data is taken, and I chose this graph, this picture on this slide, because you put all of that data and those data points and you put it into the funnel, and the output of that is our school report cards. So now let's take a look at our school report cards. This slide is just to give you a reminder and to give you some information about upcoming changes to our school report cards, so bear with me here. There are 2 categories of points earned on elementary, middle, and high school report cards. One is the academic indicators, and then the other is school environment indicators. So for the elementary and middle, you have academic achievement, you have preparing for success, you have the multilingual learner progress, and you have student progress. I would like to highlight that for student progress, that is based, this year was the last year that it is calculated this way, but students earned points for us in student progress based on their performance in comparison to peers like them across the state. So if I've made a certain score, then they would take students like me across the state and then look at our scores this year to see how much growth I had in comparison to the students like me across the state. That is changing for the next year's report card. So they're giving me a target based on where I scored this year. So if I meet it, I'm going to give a school points. If I don't meet it, I'm not going to give a school points. And I want you to be aware of that because that is a change in how those points are calculated. And student growth is 35 points. So I just wanted to let you be aware of that. On the high school report card, you have those very same indicators: academic achievement, preparing for success, multilingual progress. But then you add graduation rate, college and career readiness, and then this year there is one on the report card for this year only for reporting purposes, and that is high school student success. And that is going to be looking at students whether they are on track to graduate. So for next year, our 9th graders are going to be looked at to see if they've earned 6 credits, 1 English and 1 math. So we are really changing the way we're looking at 9GR and making sure that we are identifying students that may not be on track to meeting that criteria so that we can provide interventions and support early on so that we can ensure that we have more of our students earning that needed criteria. So looking at school environment indicators, you will find that is where we have the school climate surveys. Those were given to both students, parents, and teachers, but the only 2 that are counted on the report card are, for points, are the responses from our students and teachers. Other information that you can find on the report card is gives information about classroom environment, student safety, and then financial data. So you can find that just different data points on those topics. Moving along, I'd just like to show you that how many points a school can earn. 100 points on their school report card, and this is the breakdown of how points are given. Please note that these will be changing for the high school report card these are changing dramatically for next year. So I just want to highlight that. So if you look at the number of points earned over the last 4 years for our elementary schools, you can see that some schools have remained constant with little growth but no regression. You can see that some schools have experienced growth in 1 year and then regression the following year. And we've already talked about the impact that student growth is going to play. We've got to make sure that our students are growing and meeting their expected targets. If you move to the middle school and the high school, you can see where there was some regression by one school and there was regression by the other, but one was greater than the other. So let's look at the labels that are given to our schools. This is kind of where you probably wanted to know what they all received. So remember that our schools get a rating of excellent, good, average, below average, and unsatisfactory. So you can see here that we have 3 below average schools, we have 1 unsatisfactory school, and 1 average school. So while we've had an increase in 1, we've had 2 remain the same, and we have 2 that have declined. I would also like to say that to receive an average rating, you have to, for an elementary school, you have to have 42 points. 3 of these schools that received below average all had 40 points, less than 2 points away. So I'd like to continue on. Here you see the status of our secondary schools. You will see that both of them dropped the level. And so we have, as a total, we have 4 below average schools, 1 average school, and 2 unsatisfactory schools. I'd like to remind you that the state has a designation of underperforming districts if they have 65% of their schools with an below average or unsat rating. This annual designation is released by the state each year. As you know, we received this designation last year. Official designations have not been released for these report cards yet. But based on this data, I can say preliminary, from what I understand, that we will receive this designation for a second year. So, what do we do? What is our plan for improvement? There are 5 areas that we're going to focus on this year. We have been, but we are really making sure that we are doing everything that we can. We have a focused data analysis process. We're looking at targeted professional development for our teachers to ensure that they understand the concepts and the teaching practices for their content that they're delivering, that we are using the MTSS structures to provide support for students who are not making the desired progress, that we are providing SEL and academic interventions and support for all students, and not leaving anyone out, but making sure that we give professional development to our instructional coaches and our school leaders, because they also need to make sure that they are kept abreast of what needs to be going on. I'd like to highlight a few of the activities that we have changed and implemented this year. One is that our school leaders are participating in the iReady a Principal Academy, where data is looked at by student. We're looking at where they've placed. We've changed placements on their learning pathways. There have been processes put in place to make sure that students are working on grade level work and passing their lessons each week to accelerate student success. And Curriculum Associates has provided research that they have done this work in the state of Florida, and their research has provided great success in turning schools around. So we are going to monitor the processes that they have provided to ensure that we're doing everything that we can to make sure we have student success. I mentioned earlier refining our 9GR process. So we are refining that to make sure that our students are having success early on and to providing support for those students. Our cap and gown program, our Twilight program, was very successful last year in trying to make sure that our students that were behind in that graduation cohort, so that we can try to get them across the stage and graduated. We have an intense focus on professional development for teachers of math at all levels. And in prior years, we had focused on middle and high school, especially last year. And this year, that focus has gone down to elementary to ensure that everybody that teaches math is very understanding of the concepts that they're teaching our students. We're also piloting a 5th grade math curriculum at 3 of our schools to try to turn some of our math data around. We're also implementing the peer tutoring through our super tutors, and also our instructional coaches are receiving professional development with cognitive coaching. So at this time, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you have.
First of all, it is disappointing to see the scores. And we have practice in place to hopefully improve. But I feel it's going to be around the board, or would I say a group effort to improve this. In the classrooms, I know that there are large classes, but we have to get focused. We have to have all of our children involved in the lesson. And what I'm saying is I have sat in classrooms where the teacher is teaching and you have Johnny and Sarah sitting on this side, have their little group going, and there's another group here. I don't know if it's going to take, I know there's a shortage everywhere, and it's hard for one teacher, but we need to get parents involved, because I remember when my children were in school, Ms. Crawford used to have classes that she offered to parents, because we have parents who have not completed education and aren't able to assist their student with homework. We have to find a way. We have to get everyone on board. We have to make sure the children are learning. We don't want to just have them graduate, but we want to have them prepared for college if that's what they want, where they don't have to start at the bottom to work their way back up. We have a lot of work to do. I can't get upset. You know, we all have to work together. We have to come up with an alternative plan to go forward so our children can be successful in college. And we have a lot that is coming to us, and I feel that we can make a difference. But we have to work together. We have to get parents involved. We can't just have the kids being taught in the classroom and they go home and have homework and they bring the homework balled up or wet or whatever, and they hadn't studied. So we have to find a way to work together. We have town hall meetings and we can't always get parents in. Just like that gentleman, the young boy who completed and went above and beyond. There are more children who can do that. But we have to find a way to pull it out of them. We just have to communicate with other people, get on, we just have to find a way. Because even Ms. Crawford and Mr. Hamilton, they have had groups together and helped the young men. Maybe they're shy, and we have to find a way to reach them. We have to do something in Colleton County.
I agree, Ms. Simmons. It's going to take a collective effort from everyone, from our teachers, administrators, to parents, to business community. I mean, your support, district office support, it takes everyone to do this. We can't do it by ourselves. Our teachers can't do it by themselves. We've got to pull together to make this happen.
And we're not going to accept anything less. We have to work on getting the best.
With all due respect, Madam Chairman, I disagree with your premise that we shouldn't get upset about this. I would love for somebody in this district to be very upset about this, because this is absolutely abysmal. We're failing our children. We keep talking about how we're going to get better, but as I'm looking at 2018, 2019, 2022, and 2023, this isn't anything new. This has been an ongoing trend. Now we've got 6 out of our 7 schools that are listed that are either below average or unsatisfactory. And I would applaud someone that would get very upset about the condition of our district and say, no more. Something has got to be done and something has got to change. I've been coming to board meetings for the last 7 years, and I keep hearing the same song and dance every year about, well, this is where we are, but we're going to get better, we're going to fix it, but according to this data, we're not fixing it. And my question is, how many more kids are we going to push through our school system that we're going to fail before we figure out a way to fix this? I mean, we can't. I used to hear the old farmer say, you can put a lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. We can talk about improvements, but South Carolina is 42nd in the nation in education, and Colleton County School District is at the bottom of South Carolina ranked in education. Our students deserve better than what they're getting. And we can't talk about what the plan is going to be for 2025 or for 2026 or for 2027. We've got to figure out right now what we're going to do to fix this situation. Now, having said all of that, I do want to point out one thing, and please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we need to at least give accolades. As I'm looking at this data in Colleton County Middle School, whenever Ms. Behe was there in 2019, it was below average. She took the middle school from below average to average. Last year, when she was moved, it went from average to below average. She was moved to Northside, which was unsatisfactory, and now Northside is average. So the way I look at it, and if I'm reading the data correctly, Ms. Behe, wherever she's been moved over the last couple of years, has been the only one that has maintained a successful trend going up, and I think she needs to be applauded for that.
But getting mad about a situation is not going to make it better. We need to get together and find out. When we're letting children know that we're getting angry with them, what is that proving?
I didn't say anything about getting angry with the children. I think the children are a product of our district. But I think somebody, listen, if this was a corporation meeting and it was me standing there and you said that I had only been successful 30% of the time, I can promise you I would no longer be employed and I'd be looking for another job.
Well, we're looking for an outcome for the children, and being upset about it is not the key. We know that we're not where we need to be, but we have to do whatever we need to go. Now, you're saying Ms. Behe have increased? Okay, so then it's time to call a meeting and everyone sit together and find out what we can do to make it better.
So if I may, Madam Chair, I would just like to say, yes, our scores are not where we want them to be, and we've analyzed our data. We've talked about things that we've done and things that we can do in addition to. That is one of the reasons why I've asked for a Take Our Community Back initiative that I told you about at the last meeting, where we will bring community members together, everybody coming together to talk about how we can increase the achievement in our district. I know we can do it, but we have to be unified in order to do it. And it's not just one indicator for success. We have to look at several factors. We have to look at behavior. We have to look at attendance. We have to look at teacher attendance, student attendance. All of those things play a big factor in our achievement. And until we, as a community, says, you know, this is enough, I mean, we've got to work. We can't just keep saying it. We've got to do something. So that's the reason why we are coming together in November to have some discussions, town hall meetings, to talk about what we can do to make our community better. Because we cannot just accept this. We can't.
I'm glad Ms. Williams hit on the behavior issue. I think that's a great point made. In classrooms, if students won't behave, teachers can't teach. If teachers can't teach, students can't learn. From what I hear, our classrooms are out of control. Our students have got to be held to a higher standard of behavior. I'm tired of the excuses. I don't care what they are. We have got to hold these children to a higher standard to make them behave in classrooms so that children can get an education. If they continue to have disruption constantly, there's no way they can get that education with all these other things going on in the classroom. Our teachers are frustrated. We've seen that over the past several years because we've lost a lot of teachers to other districts around us who just so happen to have improved on their scores one county over in other directions. So we've got to do something. I don't know what we need to do, but we have to take our schools back, and I think it starts with the behavior.
Madam Chair, we sit here and we say we got to do this, we got to do that. I think one thing this board need to stop running into the district office, getting papers run off, never bringing a report back to say what you got the report for, know what you did with it. So a lot of it is on this board. This board has to change their way of action. And if they change their way, if we change our way here on this board, I'm sure that our teachers, our staff, and everybody will make a better change, because we always grabbing at something and never doing anything to solve a problem. We have to start solving problems here, and we can't solve them by getting paper, looking at it, and throwing it in the trash. It does nobody no good, nobody. So, I mean, the point of finger, that ain't how you do it. The thumb is what you need to do. That pointed at you.
Well, since this meeting is being live streamed for all of our public and anybody who wants to view it, I just want to publicly state I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Well, you never do.
We will continue on with the agenda, and we will go to Human Resources. Mr. Murdoch, please.
Madam Chair, if I could just say thank you to Ms. McDonald and Ms. Williams and team for the presentation, looking at an overview of the data very thoroughly, a deep dive, comparing schools, comparing us to the state, highlighting the children at the high school that made hundreds. That's a lot to be said. So there are things we need to gravitate to where we're doing well. And yes, Mr. Murdoch, change starts with us and how we can be a part of making the change. I applaud the things you've already listed that you're gonna do and some things we brought back, such as cognitive coaching that have been successful in the past at the high school. So thank you, Ms. Williams, for your leadership, and Ms. McDonald.
Pardon me, if I may, Ms. McDonald or Ms. Williams, can you let us know when the distinction for our district will be handed down for the state based on this report cards that you just presented?
I don't have an official date because last year it should have come out by, I think, November 1. Did not come out November 1, did not come out December 1, did not come out by December 31st. It came out in January. So I am not, at this time, I don't have that date, but as soon as I know, I will let you know.
No worries, Ms. McDonald. I appreciate your letting us know. If we may, keep updated on that as far as what we know.
We will.
And I think, too, it'd be important to the points made previously for the board to better understand what those distinctions will be. I know that there may be some things from the state that we don't know, but as we can prepare, what is the distinction that we predict we have? What is that going to be? Not what is it going to be, what is it going to look like for us? What consequences, what setbacks, what things can the board better know about, just so that as heavy as a report like this is, that we can be just fully prepared. And thank you.
Ms. Hamilton?
Good evening. I do not have any updates, but if you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer those.
Do we have anything in the executive session to look at?
Yes,
Okay.
we have 2 items that we need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
We will have finance, Ms. Strobel.
Hi, Ms. Barrett. If you have any updates, and we'll entertain motions for 3 things that need approval. And while she's coming up, is it okay if I make all those motions together, or do they need to be separated?
Separate, please.
Good evening. I don't have any updates. Thank you, Ms. Strobel. Good evening to the board. I don't have any more updates.
Thank you.
Ms. Barrett, if I may ask a question about the reports that are provided in today's folder. We have the budget report by account, our budget report by fund, and the budget, and then the general fund budget. Is that correct?
Yes, you have a board report for your board, and that's by account. And then you have the general fund account for the travel, and then you have the general fund account. Then you have the account for the special revenue for travel, and then you have the revenue account for the general fund. And then you have also have the budget report for the capital projects.
Ms. Whitkin, those are the same reports from the last board meeting?
Thank you. I'm just looking at the ones in what I have as a blue folder, so just making sure. The board budget, is that not routinely voted on by this board for approval?
Yeah, the board budget is the budget that was approved by the board.
The monthly budget report, monthly budget report is our board budget?
Yes.
Just making sure. So that is the account number.
100-231 is that to start out with. That's your budget.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the monthly revenue update that was provided by Ms. Barrett for September.
Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. If there is no discussion, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. All opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the board budget that is given to us as the monthly budget report for the board.
Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. If there any discussion, none. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All opposed? 2. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, we have before us the capital project budget, and I make a motion that we accept this as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. If no discussion, all in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All opposed? 2. Thank you. Curriculum and instruction, we have no.
Ms. Hedden, you got anything for us? I think probably Ms. Tracy stole all your thunder, but does anybody have any questions for Ms. Hedden and curriculum and instruction? Thank you, Ms. Hedden, we appreciate you.
Couldn't do, will all of the state report card testing results be sent to students individually via schools and/or mail?
They should have been shared.
Okay. So everybody should have gotten those.
Yes, ma'am.
If you haven't, you need to contact your school.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Operation, Mrs. Stavanger.
At this time, we would hear from Ms. Fitch. You have anything for us tonight? Anybody have any questions for Ms. Fitch?
I hear none. Thank you. I would like to entertain a motion that we go into executive session. Upon returning, action may or may not be taken. We will go into executive session for 13.01, 13.02, 13.03, 13.04, 13.05, and 13.06. Can I get a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I make a motion we enter into executive session for item 13.01, discussion of employment matters related to hirings and resignation. Item number 13.02, discussion regarding Diligent Community Platform contractual proposal. Item 13.03, the receipt of legal advice regarding student discipline matters. Item 13.05, student admittance release, SC Code of Laws, Section 30-4-70. And item 13.06, discussion of employment matter regarding the evaluation of interim superintendent's goals and priorities.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. We are now into executive session. Thank you.
Second.
Well, I have a motion and a second. Somebody ready to go home? Okay. We're gonna start with Ms. Strobel.
Gonna vote? All in favor? Oh, sorry.
Oh. Y'all ready to go back into open session?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous, we're back into open session. Ms. Lynn?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation that we were given for staff separation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? I hear none. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous? Craig?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the student admittance for 13.05.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hear none. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a recommendation that we accept, I'd like to make a nomination that we accept the recommendation for professional staff transfer that we were given by Superintendent Williams.
Second.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All opposed? 2. I hear that there is no other business for the district. I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, don't get up yet. Please signify by raising your right hand. Good night, everyone.